Alrighty, well, good evening everyone. Welcome back for more Ace Attorney. As always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and unfortunately I am still goblinless this evening. But hopefully that will be remedied soon. Also, one thing I did not comment on last week, but I did in fact notice, is I'm hopeful that this case is actually going to be a relatively short one, because this doesn't say Part 2-1, it just says Part 2 Trial. So, hopefully no bullshit, and we get through at least the first day of trial. There's probably going to be a second one, because I can't see us resolving all of the problems with just one day of trial. That only happens in the tutorial cases. But let's continue with Recipe for a Turnabout. January 7th, 9:48 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby No. 1. Well, unfortunately for you, January is the first month, so there is technically a 1 in there. Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected. I expected what? Nobody saw the... No, nobody did see the other guy, but I'm sure he was there, and I look forward to giving him his Russian accent later on. But he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor. Uh-oh, who's this? Hey, Maggey! Detective Gumshoe! Are you doing alright? How are you feeling? As if you need to ask either question, sir. Don't let him get you down, Maggey. And don't forget to eat well, okay? Roger. And you! Yes, Gumshoe? You'd better square this case away. Got it, pal? Maggey's innocent, you hear? If you screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest. I'm pretty fucking sure he is serious, yes. I'm also pretty sure that's illegal. But it's Gumshoe, so we can probably forgive him? Hey, detective, you're on our side for once, right? Yep. So you'll be able to help Maggey out, right? Really? Can you, sir? Oh, of course. I've got this situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. If something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright? Sure. Okay, we're forming a united front today, pal. You got me? Oh, I don't think Godot is gonna let that happen very well. I don't think Godot is gonna let that happen, or let anybody get away with that. I can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh? I can only wish. Yeah, no. Nope. Coffee Maniac is the, prosecutor. And besides, nothing goes smoothly in this case, even with a simpleton like Winston Payne as the prosecutor. Hello again, Godot. Fancy seeing you here. I wonder how many cups of coffee you're going to be having today. By the way, I've come to a decision for my coffee counter. Because I can't figure out what the fuck metric the game is going by, to determine how many cups of coffee Godot has. And I'm pretty sure the entire point of this count was to either confirm or deny reality versus what Godot says and what happens in the game. I'm just gonna go based on actual animations of when I see him get a cup, or when I see him dispose of a cup and then have another cup. So see the coffee sliding animation, or see him literally throw a cup of coffee against Phoenix and then have a cup of coffee in his hand during a later scene. So those are and will remain the two conditions under which Godot's coffee count will increase. I don't give a fuck how many cups of coffee he says he has. We're fact-checking him in real time. Probably. Anyway, court is now in session for the trial of Maggey Byrde. The defense is ready, Your Honor. And we're starting things off, as expected, with a coffee. Ah, bitter. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? Ah! Well, what's wrong? Nothing. It's just whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was... Are you talking to me, comrade? You had better not be talking to me, comrade, or I will punch your face in. It was a little, well, intimidating. No, that wasn't me. That was Phoenix Pasta Boy. My imposter. I see. So our trusty Phoenix Noodleman is back with us now, is he? Our trusty. So, Mr. Godot, you're opening... By the way, I think I mentioned this last week, but the fact that Godot took on this particular case without having taken on the previous case, that implies at least that he knew that Phoenix Wright, or Phoenix Pastaman, or Phoenix Pasta Boy, whatever, I can't even get his fucking name right. Phoenix Pasta Boy wasn't actually Phoenix Noodleman. And I'd say trusty, because it hasn't been that long since the Noodleman's previous trial. Also, these days, when I think Rusty Venture from the Venture Brothers. So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please. Mr. Trite, whether you're a fake or the real deal. We will find out soon enough through this trial today. Now, again, I don't think he's referring to whether or not this is Phoenix right or Phoenix wrong. I think he's referring to whether or not Phoenix deserves to be a defense attorney. Again, going with my theory that this is Diego Armando, I'm pretty sure he's been testing Phoenix this whole time. But we'll see. But I can already tell you I'm the real Phoenix Wright. I'm no imposter. See? Okay, all I had to do was advance the dialogue a couple of boxes. I wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law. Okay, this is even better than I thought, but yes, no, I would question whether Phoenix had studied law or not. The answer is no. Abso-fucking-lutely not. That's what I intend to find out. There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial. Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. So I am kind of glad that we get to see what their appeals process looks like. Because, again, there have been 2 instances so far where they've been directly using U.S. law phraseology, right? You had plead the fifth, you had double jeopardy. Both of those are specific U.S. Well, okay, maybe double jeopardy isn't, but plead the fifth certainly is, and double jeopardy is a phrase commonly used in U.S. law to refer to exactly the situation described in the previous case, where after you've been found innocent, you can't be tried again and found guilty for the same crime. So, again, maybe that second one is a thing in other countries. Not 100% sure, but actually getting to see the appeals process is interesting, because I'm pretty sure this is different. Not that I've ever been in a courtroom, mind you, but I am pretty sure this is different than what it would be in an actual U.S.-based court. First of all, I don't think you'd go up against the same judge again. I'm pretty sure that the appellate court is, instead of a trial by jury, which, again, these are all bench trials anyway, but instead of being up with one judge, you'd have like a case of 3 judges, and, again, you'd probably not be arguing on the evidence of the case. You'd probably be arguing on, unless, brand new evidence came out, you'd probably be arguing on the merits of the previous trial. In this case, it looks like the judge basically just wants new evidence, which makes perfect sense. I'm not planning on repeating anything that phony me said. Trust me, even though I have no fucking clue what he said. He did such a poor job that I'm sure that if I even said one sentence that he said, my client would be doomed. Now then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness. Hello, Detective. Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation. ... Witness, state your name for the court. Oh, sorry, sir. The name's Police Department Detective. Occupation, Dick Gumshoe. Good job, Gumshoe. Other way around, Detective. Sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir. Since yesterday? Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigations tied up with another case now. I hope Gumshoe's really got everything under control, for everyone's sake. I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline for the court the basic facts of the case? Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glen Elg. His name is a palindrome and he was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll of Blue Screens Inc., a local company. So that makes sense, Pokey Delta, but do they call it double jeopardy? That's the question, because again, plead the fifth 100% is specifically a U.S. legal system term, because nowhere else has the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Double jeopardy, I could see, there's nothing specific that ties it to a specific amendment or to a specific document. Yes, to a specific game show, but that game show is outside the legal system, so... That was the question that I was asking. But it is interesting to know how different court systems work. Now, I would not take... I'm no legal expert, mind you, but I would abso-fucking-lutely not take anything that happens in these games as any indication of how anything works in any court system, other than maybe a loose parody of the Japan court system, but emphasis on loose and parody. Anyway, he was on the payroll of Blue Screens Inc., a local company. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accepts this into evidence. Glen's autopsy report died of potassium cyanide. Ooh! Ooh! I see. I remember the last time this game pulled shit like this, where the time of death was incredibly vague. Well, okay. Less specific than usual, right? There was some time between this hour and this hour, right? So I'm wondering, are we assuming, or based on testimony, are we going to try to assume that the death was closer to 2:30, but it actually occurred somewhere closer to 1:30? Was there like an hour or half an hour or some kind of pause in there where... Okay, so yeah, it's known as double jeopardy everywhere. So plead the fifth is a specific U.S. term. Double jeopardy is not. But anyway, yeah, so again, I'm thinking that we're going to be led by witnesses to assume that the death was closer to 2:30, but in actuality, just like Rise from the Ashes, I think it was Rise, yeah, it was Rise from the Ashes, where everyone assumed that the stabbing happened at 5:15, it actually happened much earlier, somewhere closer to 4:15, and it was lost as Edgeworth by a nose. So that's probably what's going to happen here, and that might account for why nobody noticed the second man, because maybe they did a reenactment, or maybe the murderer did a reenactment of whatever, and I don't know. Like, I don't think the one quote-unquote killed that everyone other than Maggey saw was Glen Elg. But we'll see. And I realize that I'm pulling that out of my ass from one minor factoid in the autopsy report, but again, given how Rise from the Ashes turned out, I don't think you can blame me from taking that one fact and extrapolating. And yeah, the floor plans for the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the waitress. The waitress being the accused. Objection! We don't know that the coffee was poisoned at the time that she brought it, and even if it was, we don't know that she was the one who put the poison in. Maybe the chef put it in, and she didn't know it was poisoned. Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. At the time of the incident, there were 2 other people in the restaurant. Mr. John Armstrong, the owner and chef, and the regulars by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo. It still seems to be a very straightforward case to me. Trivia and floor plans added to the record. Come, detective, take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. See, that's the other thing. They keep saying that he took 1 sip and died. So I'm guessing that it was just play acting, and maybe it was the murderer, aka, if I had to guess, Phoenix Pasta Boy, pretending to be Glen Elg. and he took a sip of the coffee and pretended to die. But then the question is, how the fuck did he get the body out of there without anybody seeing in the first? Well, okay, Victor wouldn't have been there. Maggey might have been. Well, Maggey saw the first incident. You know what? I need to stop spitballing and start playing, because for all I know, nothing that I'm saying is accurate. But because you're right, Pokey Delta, potassium cyanide doesn't kill instantly. I think it does induce a heart attack, as you said. The fact that, like, the testimony is that they took a sip and died. First of all, I don't think any poison is that fast acting. I don't think. Because it's still got to get through your digestive system and start circulating through your body. That takes at least a little while. Maybe. I don't know. I've never poisoned anybody. But yeah, that's also suspect. The incident. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glen Elg, was listening to the radios at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, it looks like Ms. Boyd might have had, well, some kind of motive. Using the dark aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady, and wouldn't be the first to try such a bold move. The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would ask you to begin your cross-examination, but... Yes? Please, no intimidation tricks this time around, is that understood? I mean, that's fair, Pokey Delta. And it's right, because an injected poison would be injected straight into your bloodstream and would start circulating immediately. But in this case, it was clearly ingested and would therefore need to go through the digestive system prior to getting into your bloodstream. Again, I've never actually poisoned someone, but what Pokey Delta says makes perfect sense. Please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood? I already told you that wasn't me. Alright, press. Hold it. Can I stop you for just a minute? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence? He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Ms. Byrde. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table. Yeah, that's what she said, and I... Objection. What killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction? Hey! Sadly, her testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, it's true. Their two testimonies die up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table. What should I do? Should I press on this button? I'll always fucking press harder! Well, maybe the other witnesses just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way. Ha! That argument is as weak as the coffee at Très Bien, trite. ... exclamation mark? I have here in my possession a ticket. Okay. Is it a ticket to One Way to Hell? I mean, yes, we are going to get to that point, I assume, Pokey Delta, that the owner is a kleptomaniac with 500,000 reasons to lie. But obviously not in this statement. But yeah, I have here in my possession a ticket. A ticket? It's more like a photo to me. Yes, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population, the defendant. He's such a classy guy. This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. Aha! It's a four-person table. Wait, is it a four-person table? No, it's only a two-person table. Damn. This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments after the poisoning took place. Correct. Oh, sorry, it's the judge saying that. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments... Did the fucking chef take a photo? Why did he have a goddamn camera? And for all we see here, the guy could have just been sleeping. I think the court will agree that with such a clear view of the scene of the crime, how, Mr. Trite, could anyone have overlooked a second person at the table? Because you can't see the full seat? Also, again, even if the coffee was poisoned when Maggey delivered it, the chef has just as much reason, if not more, with that same motive that they're going to suggest Maggey had. And why the hell would the chef have taken a photo of that? It's all very sketchy. So, right now I'm assuming that the chef is in on it, because why the fuck else? The crime scene isn't in the middle of three tables, no. The crime scene, so what we saw when we were in the restaurant, the entrance, then the cash register, then the incident table, right, the table where the murder took place, then another table, then the kitchen. And then I'm assuming, I mean, I don't have to assume anymore, but there are two other tables on the other sides. But again, where I'm going right now is it's highly suspicious that Mr. Armstrong happened to have a camera and happened to take a picture of his view just as he was leaving the kitchen right after the poisoning. Maybe he was the murderer. Maybe he was the one who got excited when he heard the lottery thing, but then he wouldn't have brought the... Well, it depends on... It depends on when the lottery results were called. I think they said that the results were called as Maggey was bringing the coffee to the table, so never mind. Crime photo added to the court record. Press. He was listening to his radio, you say? Yeah, he had a portable radio in his chest pocket. Maggey told us that too, didn't she? Something about how one of them had some sort of earpiece. I mean, I'm going to press a little harder on everything because that is my way, but I want to check this photo again. You really can't see Elg's face or head clearly. So that could be someone disguised as Elg. Maybe. I mean, this game sure as shit likes to pull the, if they're dressed like this person, they must be this person shtick often enough. Press harder. And what was it that the victim was listening to on the radio, Detective Gumshoe? Eh? How should I know? Thanks a lot. We are now one step closer to the middle of nowhere. This isn't going very well, is it? Detective, could you perhaps tell us about the poison and how it was used? Right. So traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else. Not sure I get yous, pal. Was the poison a liquid or was it a powder? If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance. So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper. Objection! Objection! Aha! 2. I thought he was taking too long with that first cup. About time he got his second one. Ha! Do you... No, but sugar? Phoenix was basically saying that it could have been any of the powdery substances on the table, one of which is sugar, and most people put sugar in their coffee, or some kind of sweetener. Do you put salt and pepper in your coffee, trite? The victim took his coffee black with no sugar. See, the salt and pepper thing was ridiculous, but, like... First of all, how the fuck do you... Well, maybe you'd be able to check the order record. But if the sugar's on the table... So there's really no fucking way to tell that. Like, I've called bullshit on stuff that they're suggesting before. But this one I will absolutely call bullshit on. There's no way to, like... Okay, maybe the chef says that he took the coffee black with no sugar, but if the sugar was on the fucking table, it just means he might have wanted to put the sugar in himself to make sure that it was sweetened appropriately, instead of too much or too little. Right, so even if you go by the chef's testimony, even if you go by the order log, even if you go by the test, right, if you're testing the cup for traces of sugar, but the sugar was fucking replaced with potassium cyanide, there's no way for you to know if he intended to put sugar in there or not. Sorry, that's a big-ass fucking stretch. Seriously. I call bullshit on that statement. There's no way to prove it. Zip, zilch, nada. Seems that the poison could have only been in the coffee. No, you fucking press on this point incredibly hard. Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee? Well, not the direction I would have gone. Because again, you have zero way of proving that he didn't intend to put sugar in his coffee if the sugar was on the fucking table. What do you mean? According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. But what proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? Oh, hey, you're right, that's what I was thinking. Objection. In case you were wondering, the last objection was for the detective there. For me? Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. I mean, yeah, proven that it was in the cup. You've proven that the poison was in the cup. You didn't prove where or whom the poison came from, is another thing that I've pointed out several times already. Again, technically the chef could have poisoned the coffee and given it to Maggey, and it was already poisoned when she took it, or maybe the guy fucking put it in his own coffee. Of course, that latter one is going to be disproven when we find out that he won $500,000, but at this point in time, both of those theories are valid, and when we find out that he won the $500,000, the chef will become a fuck ton more viable of an option for perpetrator. If you have the time to waste, you have the time to present that piece of evidence. That piece, sir? Yes, that piece. What piece was it again? This. Should I be grateful this coffee is only hot enough to give me first-degree burns? Okay. Oh, now I remember. This is the victim's coffee cup. Yes, the victim's coffee cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh, yes, it's unmistakable. There is clearly a coffee stain on it. Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. That I will buy. I can absolutely believe that as a piece of evidence, and that is proven correct. But again, I still call bullshit on you being able to say whether or not he actually put sugar in there. I see it. Lousy bots. All right. Where was I? Here we go. I was about to get the third cup of coffee. The victim gulped down the bitter death, and I missed it because I was increasing my count. For the record, the only prints on this cup were the victims and the defendants. The coffee contained potassium cyanide, covered in the victim and Maggey's fingerprints. Upon further investigation in this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. And what we found was potassium cyanide. Okay. Potassium cyanide. I've heard of that chemical before. Exactly how strong is this poison, Detective Gumshoe? And be honest, don't be hyperbolic like this game is being. It's, well, that stuff's lethal. No fucking shit, it's lethal. It's a poison. Eat too much and you're hyster- I mean, technically speaking, that's the case of a lot of things. But, like, the quantity required matters, right? Strictly speaking, you can die of alcohol poisoning, but it's gonna take a lot, well, maybe not a lot, it's gonna take a substantial amount of alcohol to kill you. You can also die, I don't know, that there's lots of things that can kill you if you consume too much of it. But you still need to consume a fuck ton. So just saying eat too much in your history, define what too much is. Hell, you drink too much coffee and that'll kill you. Unless your name is Godot and you can't be fucking killed. So this is a worthless statement. See, Maya gets it. How much is too much? A lethal dose is 0.2 grams. That's about enough to finish anyone off. Alright, good. Good added context. 0.2 grams? How much is that? You know, when you swab your ears for earwax, yeah, about that much. Earwax, huh? Sounds like something Gumshoe's got an abundance of. Yes, that is exactly what I was saying, Judge. Such a small quantity of poison could have been concealed anywhere, including sugar on the fucking table. Now, this is where we really need to go. Some kind of a motive. Yeah, but if yous ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion, especially compared to someone else who we definitely know was in the restaurant at the time.
Objection!
Objection! You know what my golden rule is, detective. Chuck out a bad cup of coffee. You can always get another. Eh? I don't get it. He means he's gonna get you fired and get a better detective. I'm saying we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to well, okay, fine. That works too. If we have to chuck you out. Gulp. So stick to the facts, detective. Now then, what was Ms. Byrde's motive? Come on, Gumshoe. She was, they say she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday, too. .36 is LD50, or to put it another way, a teaspoon of it can kill 12 average adults. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, look. I know potassium cyanide is incredibly lethal. But again, they had this, like, Gumshoe statement about eat too much and it'll kill you. Again, that's true about many things. Popping in immediately. I don't want ads for the Switch 2 on my channel. How can I block ads for the Switch 2? Fuck that piece of shit. Anyway, it disappeared from the scene of the crime. And it wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a winning ticket for $500,000. Anyway, hi, Snowy. Mr. Armstrong knew about that. Yeah, no, and he's got, like, 500,000 times the motive. To kill than Maggey Byrde does. But he stole the wrong... Well, the one that Godot found on him was the wrong one. Who's to say that he didn't take multiple? How did you break Discord, Snowy? Discord seems to be working okay because I still see my little Discord whoojabajigits in the corner. Then is it possible Maggey stole... No, they probably would have... Oh, I mean... This is why I never update anything until at least a few days after the update comes out, because updates are usually shit. Or I want to make other people be the crash test dummies, just in case the update turns out to be shit. You absolutely press harder on this point. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates my client. Ha! I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. That's the $500,000 lottery ticket? One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. Okay. That's new information. Where exactly was it found? Because we have seen planted evidence before. Might I point out the, what was it, the button in Scotchgard's Hakama? I mean, it turns out Scotchgard hired an assassin, but that was planted evidence, along with the knife literally in Juan Tequila's chest. So unless that lottery ticket was found someplace where Maggey had to have deliberately stuck it, in no way does that technically implicate my client. Ah, she's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress. You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court. Immediately. Judge wants $500,000. I'd better keep an eye on that ticket. The way the judge's voice is quivering. Victim's lottery ticket added to the court record. Winning ticket for $500,000. Found during a... Oh. Well, no. What they say is a body search. Right, because again, the evidence they found on Scotchgard wasn't on his... It was... Yeah, okay. It could still be something that was just slipped into her pocket. This ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial, too. But it feels heavier now, somehow. $500,000, you say? It's just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. That's enough. The facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime. I like an old man who knows the score. There is also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules. Hey, Judge, I'll let you keep the ticket if you get Maggey off scotch-free for this. I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money. Makes the judge easier to bribe. Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggey is starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. Aha! I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance with one final decisive piece of evidence. Oh. He's got... Yeah, this is exactly like Scotchgard, in that there's too much evidence against him. Somebody is planting it. This is the apron the delightful Ms. Byrde was wearing at the time. Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've seen. But that stain looks like... What the... The victim didn't fucking bleed out! He was poisoned! This piece of evidence is bullshit! That stain looks like, ha! It seems the star of our little play was a little flustered. And somehow spilled coffee on herself. The coffee? It's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye. Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more. Yes, Judge. The red stain, which is very clearly not coffee. Of course, I'm referring to... Oh. Okay. So the red stain is a red herring. Of course, I'm referring to the pocket. The pocket? A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide. The very poison used by the killer was in her apron pocket. Oh, interesting. So the red stain was a red herring. Fascinating. A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket. Yeah, and Godot's visor can be busted. Like, I've seen it spark and smoke before. I didn't see it that time. And Maggie's prints were the only ones on it. Phoenix, you walked into a trap. Oh! Oh! Pokey Delta. I didn't think of that. Maybe Godot can't see red. Or maybe everything he sees is red, so he wouldn't have seen the red stain. Ooh. Well, thank you, Pokey Delta. You've opened my eyes, pun intended, to a new possibility. Order, order, order. The court will accept these items into evidence. Worn by Maggey at the time of the incident, has a small pocket but big stains. Potassium cyanide added to the court record. Deadly powdery poison bears Maggie's fingerprints found in her apron pocket. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you... Okay, so at least the judge notices this, and for once in his lifetime is actually pointing it out. Why have you not explained the blood stain to the court? Blood stain? What blood stain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about it. You'd have to be blind not to see it. Or, like, the visor that you have is red, so I'm guessing that you actually can't fucking see it. Fascinating. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. You don't need to be told, just look at it. Well, detective, could this stain really be blood? In which case, the veracity of this particular piece of evidence is definitively called into question. No way, sir. That's, it's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? She must have gotten some on her apron while taking their breakfast. While taking someone their breakfast that day. ... You could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe. Pull a stunt like that, and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness. I thought everyone knew what it was already. I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. ... Exclamation mark. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence, they have all been clearly established. Well, Trite, it seems you really are a phony after all. Arg, you really know how to drive a man nuts. Witness, please continue. Why? I mean, not that I'm complaining, but why do we need more testimony? Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation there. The investigation, even though I wasn't the one who actually did it. The crime was reported at okay, yes. 2:25 by a scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. Don't press on the fourth statement unless I want Phoenix to look smart. I never want Phoenix to look smart, but I must press on everything. When Maggie was searched, we found a lottery ticket and a bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good. Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Trite. Yep. Don't count on any more cross-examinations after this one. So, let the fun begin. Yes, press the buttons. But yeah, no, so 2:25 is when it was reported. That would be Victor Kudo. So presumably what he witnessed was around 2:25. But again, that autopsy report said that the death could have been as early as 1:30. I still fucking remember Rise from the Ashes, where this exact situation popped up. Now, I still think Rise from the Ashes, in fact, I'm pretty sure Rise from the Ashes took place and was written after this. But they've repeated shit before, so it wouldn't surprise me if that part of Rise from the Ashes took inspiration from this. Press! Scary old man, Detective Gumshoe? There's an old man who's a regular at the restaurant where the incident happened. We're obviously talking about the same old man. Officers were dispatched right away, right after the report came in, but the old guy still made a fuss. What took you so long? Then he hurled abuse at them. And seeds. Seeds. Ha! It was nothing. I caught each one with my teeth. You weren't there, Godot. You were not the prosecutor for that. I guess not even the mighty Godot can avoid being attacked by that guy. The old man was the only other customer in the place at the time. He took his time finding a payphone, apparently, so he was late reporting the crime. Press. How long was the defendant unconscious for? The officers got to the crime scene at around 2:40. Maggie was still out cold in the kitchen at the... Yeah, so someone fucking knocked her out. Ooh! So originally I thought that bottle that I gave to Gumshoe was the poison. But we found the poison bottle on Maggie. So that bottle that I gave Gumshoe might have been something like a sleeping drug. And Maggie was, like, knocked out cold in the kitchen. where someone could have planted her... I mean, you didn't need to plant her fingerprints on the coffee cup that was already there, but someone could have planted her fingerprints on the potassium cyanide bottle and then put it in her pocket along with the lottery ticket. Yeah, I don't have that bottle back. Gumshoe was supposed to... Gumshoe was supposed to, get that back to me. But if it's not the potassium cyanide, I'd bet my bottom dollar that it's some kind of sleeping concoction that was used to put knock Maggey out and keep her out of the way while shit was going down. It took another 10 minutes or so before she came to. I would have liked to have been on the scene myself. I bet you would have liked to have carried out the search. Bad Gumshoe. Female officers do that. Oh, well, fine. I would have loved to see Maggey asleep like that, all pretty and peaceful. You're a professional detective, Gumshoe, not a professional birdwatcher. Save the romantics for your own time, detective. All we need to know about is the investigation. Oops, I guess I'm pretty red right now, aren't I? Not that Godot can tell, because apparently he can't see red. This is number 3, right? Yeah. So, Pokey Delta, are you saying that Statement 4 will progress the story? Or are you saying just don't press on 4 because Phoenix will look smart? He didn't have any. Are you saying that it was stolen then? No way, I don't think so. The victim didn't have a driver's license or even a credit card on him, pal. Okay, press on 4 to progress. So I'll press on everything else first. All he had was 58 cents in his wallet. 58 cents? Man, that's poorer than both of you. Yeah, I can't believe I found someone with less in their wallet than me, pal. The victim sounds like he was a thoroughly miserable but he was like a software programmer or something. And in the late 90s, early 2000s, they must have been getting paid decently well. Or some kind of outlaw. Why not give him a bit of an edge? I think I'm onto something here. Alright. So don't press on this one because I want to press on all the rest of the stupid buttons. Press! But the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case, isn't it possible someone planted the evidence? Yes, exactly as I was saying. Hey, yeah, you've nailed it, pal. It happens to me all the time. We had a department party the other day, and when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes. Objection. Keep up this crazy testimony, detective, and those shoes will end up down your throat. Sorry, but you can't deny the veracity of what Phoenix said. So, trite. Someone planted the evidence in Maggey's pocket. That's a pretty bold statement. Care to back it up with some evidence? Well, I'd love to if I had any. It appears you have no... I mean, I have evidence that supports the chef having motive, and the chef certainly would have had opportunity to plant evidence. Plus, I'm sure the chef has, like, latex gloves that he uses in the kitchen when preparing certain foods. or gloves that they put on when they're washing dishes. So if we're getting back to reasonable doubt, a victim that was passed out, or not a victim, a defendant who was passed out, someone else on the premises with equally as much, if not more so, motive than she had with that $500,000 lottery ticket. Plus, ample opportunity to plant evidence on her and not get his own fingerprints on there. And we know he's decent at things like mixing chemicals because he's got his whole aromatic whatever shit that he does on the side. But then what I can't figure is where Phoenix Wright would fit into all of this. Unless Phoenix Wright happened to be the guy that Armstrong owed his debt to. In which case, I suppose they wanted Maggey to get convicted. Then I don't know what the fuck would happen to the lottery ticket. I mean, presumably the lottery ticket would just stay in evidence in perpetuity. It's theoretically supposed to, but somehow it would slip into Armstrong's hands or Phoenix Pasta Boy's hands. Anyway, technically speaking, I have no evidence to support my theory. Continue with your testimony, witness. Nothing else missing from the crime scene, huh? Oops, I didn't mean to present, I meant to press. So the $500,000 lottery ticket, the $500,000 lottery ticket and the bottle of poison were accounted for. Yeah, interesting. It's true that those two items are accounted for, but wasn't there another lottery ticket that was stolen that day? Oh, yeah. The one that the restaurant owner took. He won a whole dollar with it. What a lucky guy, eh? And they're just going to let him get away with it. It was just $1, detective. And I guess no one cares when it's that little, except for Gumshoe. If I don't find a hole in this testimony, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. Gumshoe isn't giving us anything to work with. And we can't find any contradictions if he doesn't give us something. Yeah, that's true. But Maggey and Gumshoe are like Dumb and Dumber. Not untrue, also yet another 90s, 2000s reference. Dumb and Dumber. Our only hope is that they were so dumb they missed something obvious. Come on, Gumshoe. Be the dumbest you've ever been. Alright, 2, 3, 4. Press the button. Wait a sec. Eh? Did I say something dumb again? Let me paraphrase what you just testified to the court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's what that's basically what you said, yes? Yeah, basically. In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly? ... Oh, wait, that. He's so let down. He's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes thing going. There was a prescription bag on the victim's table along with the lottery. Prescription bag? Well, this is new information. Also, that technically counts as a form of identification? It seems Mr. Glen Elg visited his doctor before he went to Trabian. Well, pharmacist, technically. We got the victim's name from the medical records of the doc who prescribed the meds. That's a reliable enough source for the court. Oh, definitely hear more. Ask about his health insurance. So the victim had no form of identification on him, correct? Yeah. And yet, before arriving at the restaurant, he went to see a doctor. Which means he must have had his medical insurance card with him. Oh! That is very... Oh, I don't know if I was supposed to do that, but... The fact that it hasn't been found points to only one obvious conclusion. The victim's medical card was stolen. Shit, I should have asked about the bag. Ha! True, the victim didn't have a medical insurance card. But why? Because Mr. Glen Elg... Oh, Mr. Glen Elg didn't have medical insurance to begin with. But he worked for a presumably decent software well, okay, obviously if they're not paying him shit. As I thought, a thoroughly miserable young man. Or some kind of outlaw. A bit of an edge never hurt anyone. Looks like we're off course again, Nick. And we're starting over again, huh? Okay, so the bag was the right option. I thought so, but it seemed for like half a second that the insurance was going to be right. But okay, fine, let's go. Yes, how are you able to identify the victim? Prescription bottle, or prescription bag. Ask about the prescription bag. So, what sort of medicine was in the bag? I feel like this is very important. Well, actually, the bag we found was empty. Huh? Yeah, completely empty. But that makes no fucking sense. It was completely empty. Victim's prescription bag. The victim got this from the doctor before going to Trevian. Bag is empty. That means something doesn't make sense. Ha! You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence. Desperate, are you, trite? ... exclamation mark. Now, what happened with the investigation after that, detective? Okay, so now I gotta present that evidence about... on this. Right, I gotta present here that empty paper bag. Objection! Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point something out to you. There is just one teensy-tiny contradiction in your testimony. Oh ho! Finally! I'm getting all anxious just waiting, so hurry up, will yas? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later? No, they did not. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Trevian. Where, then, did the medicine disappear to? You are too cool, pal. Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Aha! Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces? To be fair to Gumshoe, he wasn't part of the previous trial, which basically fucking means the entire police department is full of idiots. But there's really no surprise there. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? Other than ignoring the bullet hole in, Maya Faye's acolyte costume. That one time. The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself. Interesting. Order. Well, Mr. Godot, what do you have to say to that? Ha! That's all. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag. Is it going to be the fucking Hottie Clinic? If you will. What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New ear otolaryngological laryngitis. New ear otolaryngological clinic. The otolaryngological? Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot? Aha! Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bitter war wound, you could say. A war wound? The day before the incident, Mr. Elg found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum. He ruptured his eardrum? Then what on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream that was to be applied topically inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. Correct me if I'm wrong? I've never had a ruptured eardrum before. But I feel like the last thing you'd want to do if you just ruptured your eardrum would be to stick anything in your ear, even if it's medicine? Because that could potentially risk damaging the ear even further. Now, I'm not going to question this. Right? I'm not going to say that this is as impossible to prove as the fact that his coffee had no sugar in it. But, like, the last thing I feel like you'd want to do if you just ruptured an eardrum is start swabbing around, even with medication, in your ear canal. Okay, that might be a what, but the medicine still went away. It's mentioned in the autopsy report, if you read the fine print. No, it fucking isn't! All it says is died of potassium cyanide poisoning. Time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. So no, it doesn't say that at all. They found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear. Left ear? Wait a fucking minute. Wait a fucking minute. earpiece he's wearing, which technically looks more like an eyepiece in that, that's his left side. He absolutely would not have been listening to anything with a ruptured eardrum in that ear. Ah, yes, here it is, in very, very fine print. It seems Mr. Elg correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Très Bien. Oh! Oh! I know why it was stolen. Although you'd think they would have taken the entire fucking bag, not just the medication. Drops were more... Yeah. I mean, drops seem much more likely, because you're not sticking a Q-tip in your ear and swabbing around with it, so that makes better sense, Pokey Delta. If the eardrum has fully ruptured, you don't want anything going in there and causing more damage. This makes perfect sense. But regardless, the overall thing that they're commenting on is that this guy wouldn't have made a mistake and eaten his medication because he did apply it correctly to his ear, but I know why it was stolen. Because again, you go back to the court record and every picture that we seem to have of this guy shows that earpiece over his left ear. It should have been over his right ear if he had a ruptured left eardrum. So what the witnesses saw, as I predicted earlier, wasn't Glen Elg. Holy fucking shit. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe he would have eaten his medication. Seems that this medication is irrelevant to the case after all. No, Your Honor. It's gone. There has to be a reason it is gone. Heck. If you don't think of something quick, it'll all be over. She's right. But I can't get away with any old weak objection. What should I do? Abso-fucking-lutely push the medication issue. Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. Elg correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Très Bien. So why did no one notice? If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime? Yeah, again, we do have to get to why it's not there. ... exclamation mark. I mean, yes, some poisons can be absorbed, but, like, there's no question, at least based on the autopsy report, that it was potassium cyanide that killed him. I suppose potassium cyanide could be absorbed through the skin, but maybe if it was a paste, I don't know. Like I said, I've never poisoned anyone. But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal. Objection! That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the crime scene. However insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth. Objection! You know as well as I do that the medication is no! Well, okay, maybe, but the fact that it's missing is highly relevant because there's a reason it went missing. It hardly seems likely that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide. Objection. That's not what I'm claiming. It hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did. The possibility is undeniable. See, here's when I saw, like I saw his visor smoke and spark before. We just saw that. That's enough. Mr. Godot is the detective, the only witness the prosecution wishes to call. ... Mr. Godot. I've got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was there in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Victor Kudo, the pigeon hater. Very well. The matter of the disappearing medication seems little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me. Yay! Good job, Nick! The court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the prosecution's next witness. Ha! I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. Court is adjourned for recess. I thought I wasn't going to have a break. I mean, yes, someone walked off with it, which, I mean, the other thing is, right, someone walked off with it. You didn't find it on Maggey. You didn't find it on the chef. You didn't find it on the Victor Kudo. Someone else was there. That's the other thing the medication being gone proves. Phew, that was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir. No, it's my line. I think I really did die a little bit. Looks like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me, but he totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that, Maggey. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right? It's okay. I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurt this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again. Poor Gumshoe. So, the next witness is going to be that old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo. Lover of waitress outfits and project... Projectile seeds. Alright then. One way to... I'm not going to ask, Pokey Delta. I'm not going to ask. I'm assuming it's on purpose. I bet he's gonna be real stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know? Yeah, he's a big old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me, even those never-ending bird seeds. Oh, holy shit, there actually is no... Okay, so it takes a recess, get a couple of lines, and then we're right back in court. There is no save point here. Well, in that case, I'm going to take a break anyway, because I coughed and I need some more tea. Like, that line about the projectile seeds and the waitress outfits, that that was funny. But, like, that nearly made me choke. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm sorry that took so long. I had to, go blow my nose and, well, clear my sinuses out because, again, I was laughing too hard. Oh, boy. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggey Byrde. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please. The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Name and occupation, if you don't mind. The name is Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times, too. We don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation. My occupation? Ha! Listen, young'un. How much call do you think there is for kimono embroidery here? Kimono embroidery? That's what I do, or did, back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country here even existed. Wow, a real craftsman. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe he could embroider my costume sometime. Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint. Pretending to smile. Which is the worst part of the job. That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen. Except he's got terrible hygiene, rubbing his nose all the time. Now then, witness, were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident? Oh, yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javachina. Seeds? What do you think these are, I see. So, you saw everything that happened, Gramps. Did I? Oh, yes, I did. I saw it all. Then please, tell the court. We're all ears. Sure, I'll tell you. I'll tell you every last detail. He's really getting into this. Yeah, what did you witness, Mr. Kudo? The young man was reading the sports paper, which is yet another thing, by the way, that went missing. Because they didn't find it, I found it. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something into it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. Mr. Kudo, she is not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress. Gah! You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with the old-fashioned ones, Newfangled? All this talk of radios and glasses, it's wireless, and spectacles, I tell you. Excuse me? Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away. I mean, don't lecture the judge on that. He's probably older than you. Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Press! So you saw the victim, then? You saw Mr. Glen Elg. I wanted to know if Guts and Brawn retained his championship or not. So he was looking at the sports paper the victim was reading, huh? And at the location in question... I mean, again, Phoenix, point out. Nobody mentioned sports paper before. Sports paper was not found at the time. Here is sports paper. And at the location in question... There are partitions between tables on the same side of the restaurant, right? So what if there are? If you say that you could see the victim, that means you were sitting at the table on the other side of the restaurant, correct? Ka! I go to that place to drink Javachino. I don't go to sit. I don't remember which table I was sitting at. You mean you go there so you go there to eye the waitress? Yes, very true. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. Press? Mr. Kudo, that is a very grave accusation. Are you sure about what you saw? Victor Kudo never makes mistakes. I dot every T and cross every I. I see what you did there. Your eyes might look slightly crossed at times, but I'm not sure how you dot a T. I see. My eyesight's fine. The doctor said I only need spectacles for reading and driving. I bet his eyes are only really fine when he's scoping out a waitress. By the way, did I mention there was a cute redhead at the trade show I was at in Detroit yet? I don't think I did. I don't know why I feel compelled to bring that up now, but there was. She was at the booth next door to mine. And I saw what the serving girl put into the Javachino as well. I bet I know what's coming up, and something tells me I'm not going to like it. Press harder, because always. Your Honor, we need more clarification on what was put into the victim's coffee. I'd like to ask that the witness adds what he knows. I mean, it's important one way or another, even if I don't like it. I'd like to ask that the witness add what he knows about this to his testimony. I agree. Witness, will you enlighten us, please? Sure, sure. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there. That could have been sugar? I'm trying to think if potassium cyanide is white. I mean, we heard earlier that he took his coffee black, no sugar, but... And I suppose there weren't any traces of sugar found in the... But, like... Well, I'm just gonna press on everything else. Because, again, this is not realistic for potassium cyanide. Hold it. He took just one sip. You young'uns, you waste everything. Those Javachinos cost $8. In the good old days, we would have drank every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died. Congratulations. You have earned the title of battiest man to grace a courtroom. True, because we got acro, but not bat. So, it was an immediate death. Well, with potassium cyanide, I suppose that is impossible. So what the fuck did we witness? Oh, yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch. Well, I'm on Twitch. I felt the Javachino I just drank turn sour in my stomach. Oh yes, I know that feeling. And the waitress, I presume she is... Alright, press this. I figured Pokey Delta because I had to have him make that statement. You said I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by? Particular features? It's a disgrace. That's what it is. Sorry? You could see all the way up her, you know. She's practically naked in that uniform. Objection. So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit? But anyone could wear just such a uniform, even me. Mr. Wright, please spare the court any further mental... You tell him, Judge. You tell him. Please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. Don't get all excited, Nick. You've got to keep yourself together. Don't go putting on waitress outfits, you stupid idiot. I guess I got a bit carried away. Gah! There are other things I recognize about her, too. He seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? Always press harder. Sure, you saw a waitress take the coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether that What matters is whether that waitress was Maggey Byrde or not. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, these other features that you recognize about the defendant. I would ask that you add them to your testimony. Sure, sure. Ribbon in her hair and apron straps were loose. Interesting. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I still want to press this one. Hold it. Did she really put that into the coffee? You doubt me, boy? She took out some she took some out of a small brown bottle and sprinkled it in. Couldn't she have been adding sugar? Sugar in a small brown bottle like that? Like that? Witness, could you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms? It was probably a plastic bottle, Your Honor. Ha! A bottle like this, perhaps? Oh, there it is! That's the one! That's the bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume. So, what did the accused put into the coffee? I think it's clear, don't you? Arg. So yeah, no, whatever this was play acting. Because there's no fucking way in hell the wait... So, I know where this is going now. It wasn't actually Maggey. I don't think Maggey wears a ribbon in her hair. Okay, she does, but I don't know about her apron straps being loose. Maybe I need to present the... Oh, I need to present the apron itself, don't I? Because big stains. Like, she would have had the frickin' ketchup on the apron. Maybe? I'm gonna press anyway, just because I always do. Hold it. You do seem to remember several details about her appearance, though nothing that's specific to her. What about the most crucial detail of all? Her face. As if I wouldn't remember that. Objection. The witness noticed the straps on the accused's apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face. That's right. I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red. So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. I'm not asking if there's anything wrong with the witness's eyesight. I'm asking for a positive identification. Which we don't have yet. No doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? I have a feeling there's something more to this somehow. Ask about the straps? Mr. Kudo, you seem especially interested in straps. Why is that? What? The ribbon in her hair, the straps on her apron. What's the fascination? Fascination? Objection. People have all kinds of fetishes, Trite. We don't need to embarrass the witness. Listen, you young upstarts. I haven't got some sick strap fetish. Is there any relevance to the witness's unusual love of straps, Mr. Wright? I was just curious as to why he was so fixated on the waitress's strap. Jesus Christ. I haven't got the strap fetish. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Very well. Continue your testimony, Mr. Kudo, and make it strapless. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Do you think old Seedy really saw Maggey do it? Well, he probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time. That's why he was there. But he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitress. I guess. She makes a good point, though. Hey, did I just say something clever? I wonder if the waitress... Yes. Was the waitress really Maggey? That's what we have to figure out, Nick. 2... 3... 4... So I have to present something on this? I'm going to press again and go for the back this time.
Objection.
I'm guessing that this is not relevant, but the identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back. So what? Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all?
Objection.
Objection. Ha! He's got you there. Why are you objecting? I made a good point. You're objecting and then agreeing. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons. This is harassment. I tell you I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw. Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add details about any identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony. Sure. This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. And if I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet. There wasn't anything about her that caught my... There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. Hold it. You didn't find anything to be distinct, but you did clearly see the witness's face, yes? No question about it. I didn't come this far just to back down now. Victor Kudo never backs down. That's not the answer I was looking for, but okay. This has turned into a matter of pride for old Seedy now, I guess. I wonder if he really did see Maggie's face or not. Like I thought, we need some concrete proof of this. Proof that the old guy didn't see the waitress clearly from the front. The apron itself, because if you saw her from the front, he wouldn't have just seen straps, he would have seen stains. But which statement do I have to present on? Probably this one, and I'm going to present Listen. Objection, Mr. Kudo. I would like you to please take a look at this. That filthy thing would suit filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like just after he's done eating. Have you ever seen this before? Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot 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 dot. What? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clod, there's been an eerie silence in here. Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this. Which means if you had really seen this apron before, yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Dot dot dot. Oops. Witness. You can't just oops your way out of this. Ha! Well, well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Aha! And a new cup of coffee to go with it. I figured it out, Pokey Delta. Dot dot dot. Listen up, Trite. Here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Ms. Maggey Byrde. Exactly. And when that one waitress put poison into the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing. Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps. You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin is in perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what burger a customer wanted. He can't remember. Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocked it out. It's a little goblin! Hi, little goblin. I know what this means. Let's see. How are you, little goblin? Load faster. Goblin is... I figured Goblin is very bad. This is the first I'm hearing from Little Goblin in, like, several days. Well, okay, like 2 days, but still. The Goblin is here. So Little Goblin Knows Best is switched back on. That way, at least Little Goblin can have some entertainment. Goblin been in bed. I know you have. It has not been very well for Little Goblin. I hope you're, well, okay, I was going to say I hope you're feeling at least a little better, but it does not seem like you are. Which is not great. But at least you're here. I'm glad you're here. Boop. There you go. A present for you, Little Goblin. Alright. And by the way, yes, Little Goblin Knows Best is only 30 points this month. I'll probably extend that to next month too, because Dawning hasn't been here for this month so far. In fact, this has been a goblinless month so far. And there were 2 goblin birthdays this month. Tell us what you remember about the victim. The Tsundere. Are you doing this specifically because of my new bio on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel? Okay, yes, Midori is technically a gremlin, but she counts as a goblin for the Little Goblin Knows Best reward, and that's good enough. But alright, for those of you who don't know, just as context, I did update my bio on Bulba Garden's Twitch channel now because I am officially not coming back as multimedia executive. Caps is retaining that position. Kind of figured he would after I took my leave of absence, and it would have taken basically something absolutely earth-shattering for me to come back. But it's now official that I won't be. I'll be sticking around as deputy project head for that channel in the short term, but I did need to update my bio, and one of the things that I put on there that I shared with Dawning is that my least favorite person is Melly. Of course, I was lying because Melly is my absolute favorite person. I love him so very much, but I must always be tsundere for him because I can't just admit how I feel. It's too difficult, and I'm just a silly baka who refuses to be honest about how I feel when it comes to wonderful and adorable people like the great and powerful Melly, who would not be distracted at all by waitresses in their skimpy outfits, or by this Victor Kudo with his big red nose, or Godot's coffee, or anything like that. And he would have, first of all, everyone would have known that imposter Melly was an imposter, because nobody can duplicate Melly at all. And it's very, very, very blatantly obvious. It's not even close. Right? People in this universe are dumb enough to mistake Phoenix Pasta Boy for Phoenix Noodleman because they both have spiky hair. But you can't mistake anybody in the world for Melly. He's one of a kind. He's an absolute dreamboat. And just a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful person that I wish to spend the rest of my days with. Like, I just pretend to like people who have red hair. It's people with purple hair that are really the ones who are the best. And, they were talking about fetishes a little earlier in this case. I think Melly is everything that completes me. Yeah. Everything that completes me, everything that I want to be, is Melly. He is just that phenomenal of a person, and one of these days, maybe he will notice me, and one of these days, maybe I will have the courage to actually admit how I truly feel. Until then, though, I'll continue to retain that he's a goddamn jackass. Alright, about the victim. He was another of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles. What? He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. Okay. The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Oh yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything. How are we going to handle this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? I suppose, but it's what I do best. Especially when it comes to old people, like old Bag. About the victim. Broken pair of spectacles. He abso-fucking-lutely did not have spectacles. Spectacles? Dark glasses to you. One of those lenses was green, but the other was broken. What? Newfangled rubbish. That's why I remember him so well. He did have he had a lens over his left eye, but I thought that was supposed to be his earpiece. Do we not see the earpiece in that? Like, because I thought that was supposed to be his earpiece, in which case I'm confused because he ruptured his left eardrum. I'm very confused now. Like, I don't know what that is. But he wouldn't have called it a pair... I wouldn't have called it a pair of glasses. I know Victor Kudo is an old man. He seems to have been wearing... But, like, there's no shattered other lens. He seems to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Perhaps I should take to wearing some and rival Mr. Godot's sharp appearance. Aha! We better come up with something sharp and quick. A stick to poke with. Guess I'll wait and see if I should challenge him about the spectacles. Hold it! The newspaper was a sports paper, was it? That young hooligan! I nearly asked him, can't you even read without fidgeting? How was I supposed to be able to read the back page with all that rustling going on? I needed to find out if Guts and Brawn retained his championship title. It was his paper, not yours. If you wanted to know so bad, why didn't you buy your own? Also, how could you have been ogling the waitress and keeping an eye on that paper at the same time, I wonder? Dawning, I need help from a professional. Is it possible to ogle a woman while reading a newspaper at the same time? A newspaper that someone else is holding. What are you looking at me like that for? You take this, you! Ow, ow. Guts and... Waitress wasn't in the room while he was trying. I suppose that's fair. Guts and Brawn got beaten yesterday, by the way. Anyway. Okay, press. The wire. He means the radio, yeah. That decadent young rascal. In my day, it was one thing or the other. Read the paper or listen to the wireless. Oh, boy. And using an earpiece. It's selfish, that's what it is. I was straining my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it. Was he that desperate to listen to the radio? What are you looking at me like that for? How dare you feel sorry for me? Ow, ow! You mean the waitress, who you only saw from behind, right? So he was staring at her ass. Makes sense. You're one of those, are you? You never let anything go, isn't that right? Maybe. What does it matter if I start from the front or behind? My eyes don't lie. Ow, ow! I better not push until I've got some hard evidence. Free hand, so that would have been his left hand. His free hand? Yes. Which hand was that? Weren't you listening before, cloth ears? I said he was rustling the newspaper with his right hand, didn't I? If his free hand was in his right hand, which hand do you think it was, moron? Ow! Ow! Ha! Perhaps the great Mr. Trite has 3 hands. Yeesh. I was only asking. No need to gang up on me and treat me like a freak. The whole point of this cross-examination is to establish just one thing. This old guy's memory has more holes than a slice of Swiss. I guess we just need to find a contradiction in his testimony somewhere, huh? Anything will do, even the smallest detail. We just need one mistake and he's ours. Press again? You have many hands that are not all attached. Uh-oh. What does that mean, Dawning? Spectacles? I don't see what he means by the other was broken. Like, I'm still confused as to what, like, I know what we're supposed to think the spectacles are, but, like... Oh, definitely not stolen. I mean, I know he's gonna lob birdseed at me. That makes perfect sense. You fat rubbish, that's what I remember so well. Yes, he did. It's not a pair of glasses. I'm still confused about this. What the hell do I have in my court record? I mean, I've got the newspaper. Okay, victim was sitting there. Uh-huh. Hello, Joe! What was in the free hand would have been the cup of coffee, wouldn't it? So what, yeah, what would have been in the free hand? Like, the cup of coffee. So? I'm very, like, I'm very confused, because the first statement... The very first statement implies that I need to ask about the glasses, but I don't know how I'm supposed to ask about the glasses. I mean, he would have been writing in the newspaper, presumably with his left hand. But you can put a pen down and drink some coffee. Yeah, I mean, the photo shows that the cup of coffee was in his left hand. And the right hand... I mean, I'm guessing that's one of the lottery tickets. I don't know. I'm confused. Very confused. That's because this one... I can tell this one is stupid. Like, I can very much tell this one... This is about as stupid as that question the judge was asking that I did not understand at the end of the last trial. I'm very confused. Because again, what I feel like I should be poking at, and the game is implying, like... In this statement, right here, the game seems to be implying that I should be challenging about the glasses. But I don't know what to present on about the glasses. I mean, the game is saying save the glasses issue, but that's fine, but that I don't understand what it wants me to do here. It's telling me that I need to poke a hole in this guy's memory. Yeah. But, like, nothing that I have does that. I mean, other than the fact, I guess, that there's no newspaper in this... Another look at the cup. Coffee contains potassium cyanide, covered in the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. Okay. Okay. If I use that hand... But what if I grab the mug from the other side? I mean, it says that it's covered in the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. Doesn't say victim's fingerprints are on the handle. But okay, now that you mention it, yes, if he was holding that cup by the handle, he would have grabbed it with his right hand. Right-handed people do everything backwards. You're not supposed to hold the fucking mug by its handle. You're supposed to hold it by the mug. I thought everybody did that. Do people not do that? Like, it's more structurally sound to hold it by the bigger part than by a flimsy-looking handle. The handle's basically just there for decoration. I mean, look at that one in particular. I wouldn't hold that coffee mug by that handle. Thing looks like it'll break if you look at it funny. Alright, fine. So I suppose I have to present the coffee cup on his... Well, do I present that? Okay, I probably have to present that here. Maybe? No, yeah, I should present that here. But seriously, if I was in this restaurant, I abso-fucking-lutely would not pick up this coffee cup by its handle. That thing looks like it'll break. No, I had him verify that the free hand was the left hand.
Objection!
Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? That this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory. I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory, I tell you. Nothing! If I got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song. Care to tell us where this is going, trite? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left. Ha! What is this, kindergarten? But I would like the court to please take a look at this. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Yes, and on the rim, you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, that is a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see that the victim was holding the cup by its mug, not by its handle. God fucking damn it. That the victim was holding the cup in his right hand. But how? Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Darg! Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness had better go back to the park where he came from. Wait! I have to eat seeds and sing the pigeon song. If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad, you're wrong. Yes, sing the pigeon song, old man. I don't care about that dirty cup of coffee. I know what I saw. You still insist on your testimony? That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh yes, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. It's that dead young hotbot and you spiky-haired yahoo, who are at fault. Who, me? Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't... I thought he was only 64. Oh no, he is 68. Okay. You're right, I said that Phoenix didn't have to worry about being his age for 44 years. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say! I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but... Sure, why not hear a little more? Mr. Godot. But this is... It abso-fucking-lutely is not. I've only seen 6 sliding coffee animations. Unless I've been completely mistaken. I'm confused, but this is my 16th cup of coffee. I mean, I do get that it seems like he's had like a single cup of coffee for a lot longer than he's had before. But I've only seen 6 slide across. And I said at the beginning of this that the only 2 ways that I'd increase that count are if I actually saw him get a new cup of coffee, i.e., that sliding coffee animation, or if I saw him throw the coffee and then get a new one, regardless of whether he had the sliding animation or not. So I don't remember if I think there was a sliding coffee animation after he threw that last one at Phoenix. Otherwise, it'd still be only 7, not 16. So this is your final stand. He's probably been getting coffee when the camera wasn't on him. It's possible. Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor. Left hand or right hand? That boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side of... Oh. So it's exactly like I thought earlier. What they saw wasn't actually Glen Elg. It was an imposter. And I know one person who's been acting like an imposter this whole time. Phoenix Pasta Boy. Because his left eardrum was ruptured. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand. We know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor often used by programmers. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work. HDTV, DVD, CD, all these newfangled letters drive me mad, but they don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth. It's true, he doesn't seem to be lying, which is good. Because this means what he witnessed wasn't the actual murder. And those are the facts, in good old black and white. Alright. I'm pretty sure this is where I have to present his medication. Or, you know, the empty pharmacy bag or whatever. But I'm going to press on everything as I usually do. Hold it. So the victim was wearing an HMD. DCTV, CD, DVD. What does it matter? There's none of them, actually, but anyway. And you're sure that he was wearing the earpiece on the same side? No question! I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, that is pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. Oh, I can present on any statement with this testimony. Very good! From the opposite table, he'd only have a view of that side of the victim's head. He kept fiddling with it all the time. Press. It seems you kept an eye on Mr. Glen Elg. He was getting on my nerves, rustling that newspaper and fiddling with his earpiece all the time. Snipper-wapper. And then he went and made all that fuss, dying from one sip of Chavicino. I wanted to say to him, calm down, you young brat. Just looking at him made me suddenly speed up my seed eating. I could have choked. So I take it the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. The earpiece you mentioned, which hand did the victim touch it with? ... You're one of those people, aren't you? You're the type that uses your left hand to get things out of your right pocket. Or fastens your left cuff with it. Stupid. The easiest way to fasten your cuffs is, in fact, with the opposite hand. Try fastening your fucking left cuff with your left hand. Even as a lefty, that's a pain. Now, getting stuff out of your left pocket with your right hand, that's stupid. Getting stuff out of your right pocket with your left hand, though, that's not stupid. I would argue doing much of anything with your right hand is stupid, but that's just me. And actually, quite frankly, most of the time I drink my tea with my right hand anyway. And when the tour guide says, on your right side you'll see the famous blah blah, you're the only one who deliberately looks left. Well, aren't you? No, I didn't mean... Obviously you used a hand on the same side of his body that earpiece was in, you stupid dolt! Ow! 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 So if you had the HMD on his left side, then it was his left hand. Yes. And he used the same hand to pick up his coffee. Pick up the cup. His left hand. Press. You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Kudo. That's because I know what I saw, no matter what tricks you try to play on me. Looks like he really did see the guy picking up the cup with his left hand. This is a dead end. No, it is not. Well, Nick, what do you think? I think the guy's telling the truth, and I think that's very good for us. Something is, in fact, not quite right, because he's saying it's left. Then chuck evidence at him until he breaks. If he's not lying, there wouldn't be many contradictions in this. Yes, there is. I technically don't have the medication, so I guess I'll just present the prescription bag and hope that it does what I fucking want it to do. Objection! Oh, good. Gonna throw the evidence the way he throws the bird seeds. Yes, smart idea. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but... Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange about your observations of the victim. What? You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was in his left ear, without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. Oh, I don't think so. What did you say? You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo, but the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. Yeah? Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right, it's impossible the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear, because he couldn't even hear in that ear. Tut-tut-tut! Is that true, Captain? It is. Tut-tut-tut! Pigeon! Pretty pigeon! Order, order, order. This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind and probably spent more time staring at her ass than anywhere else. And he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot? Arg! A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man, he played one. He played knick-knack on my thumb. I mean, is my drop of milk. Captain, are you calling me a drip? This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand. I'll never back down. I know I'm right. The lad drank his Javachino with his left hand. Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup held in his right hand and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw. Objection. Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of coffee, despite, again, that being technically, chemically impossible with just a sip of potassium cyanide. Objection! The objection. Aha! Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant. I mean, technically, yes, but if we're questioning the witness's memory, and the witness's memory doesn't jive with fact, it is very relevant, Diego. The facts still stand. With one hand or the other, Mr. Elg drank the poisoned coffee. Like this. Objection. Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. I am satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court, but to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old fogey! I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, you can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned. Hold it! Wait! If we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo? Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there, I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now. I mean, yes, technically we don't know that the judge's name isn't Frank. Maybe his name is Frank Judge. Also, yes, again, I see what they're doing with the dot T's and cross I's. How is your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. I've kept my mouth shut until now. But there's something else this court should know. Uh-oh. What? There's more? To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything. But I want another chance. I want another crack at you, you young shark. Me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun. Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook. Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee. No, you haven't. What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javachino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man. That's enough, witness. I believe it will be quicker for the court just to hear your testimony. Probably would be. You bet! Much, much, much quicker! I can't believe this is happening. I mean, Judge isn't wrong. He's literally not going to let anybody out of this courtroom until he testifies. Might as well just get this over with. You better get ready, youngster. I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you? He's got to be using some kind of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds. Yes. The final showdown. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of it myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, hmm? Did it? Did it? I'm confused. Dawning. I'm confused again. ... Is that all? Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. You're doubting me again? You're doubting a poor, defenseless old man? No, you're not doubting you, Mr. Kudo. Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick? Yeah. So what, probably? That's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy. You're a bird brain. That's why that's all you can think of. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your final cross-examination, please. Press X to doubt. The court generally prefers if the witnesses are sure of themselves, Mr. Kudo. Noisy brat! I'm warning you. I'm more savage than a macho man right now. You won't beat me with this testimony. This is the final battle. Ow! Ow! He's chucking those seeds harder than ever. I better be careful. Come on, Nick. Nail him. The court has already heard that testimony, Mr. Kudo. I know that. I was just setting the mood. How else am I supposed to build up to the suspense? The suspense? Yes, now what do you think? Should I work the audience a bit more? No, please continue, Mr. Kudo, as quickly as possible. All right, now, where was I? Oh, yes, the young boy slumped over the table and... A vase, you say? Yes, there are vases on all the tables in that place. They're accidents waiting to happen. They're practically begging to be knocked over. Well, he's right about there being vases. I do remember seeing them, too. But... the one on that table hadn't been knocked over. And you saw the moment when the victim actually knocked over the vase? Well, it's hard to say. It's a bit unclear. How do you really define... Okay, I get it. I heard it break, and the sight of it is burned into my memory as clear as day. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Soaked in water, you mean? Yes, it splashed me on the knee as well. You said you were sitting at a table across the room from the victim, correct? And yet the water still managed to splash onto you, which means he would have knocked it over with his... Well, he would have knocked it over to his left. ... It was cold. I clearly remember it splashing me. Could the water really make it all the way across to the other side of the room? Not really? You mean the vase on the victim's table falling upside down and breaking? The vase turned upside down, and my testimony's turning this case upside down. It's a joke. I just wanted everyone to hear it. What do you think, Captain? Court record. Yeah, the victim would have had to have knocked the vase to the left to get it to knock across the aisle and splash Kudo. Just based on where everyone was sitting. I mean, that's interesting and all, but if he knocked it when he fell, I don't think that indicates much of anything, does it? And I don't have... Oh. This. Yeah, that's interesting. The picture shows the vase clearly up. What do you think, Captain? I'm impressed by your ability to waste time. Kudo hasn't raised any objections for a while now. So, you young show-off, with that scrap of information, I'm throwing down the gauntlet. If I lose this one, I'll take it like a man and admit defeat. He's really giving you the evil eye. Why is he giving Maya the evil eye? It's you he's looking at, Nick, not me. It's like he's saying, I triple dog dare you to find a contradiction, youngin'. Alright, so I'm guessing it's either of these that I present on. Objection! Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene. Humph! So what? Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact. Huh? Lost your tongue, Granddad? Tut, tut, tut. I'm no granddad of yours, hopscotch. Ow, ow. Enough. If you throw any more seeds in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night. Duh! Dot, dot, dot. What is it now? I just remembered something again. Yes, go on. The broken vase. It was on my table. You idiot. What? Well, you see... It startled me when the young lad collapsed, so I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean. The vase on your table? Yes, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked. Wonderful job, Victor. Dot, 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 dot. Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for today. I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all? Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo. Arrgh! Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes, I remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. Wait, listen to me. Oh, boy. Well, we seem to have been considerably... No, I think that Mr. Kudo wasn't lying, saw everything that he thought he saw, including the earpiece in the left ear. And it's just like I said earlier, where the victim was actually killed closer to 1:30 than 2:30. And what he saw was a reenactment of the murder, without the second person being there. It's why the waitress, who was not positively identified as Maggey, very conspicuously and in eye shot of this witness, put something into the coffee. Like, he was meant to see that, because Glen Elg was already dead. Again, just a guess, and it's purely based off of the fact that the autopsy report time is so damn vague. And I am still not in a position to deliver a verdict. ... exclamation mark. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Correct. Additionally, there are 2 disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far. The mark on the coffee cup and the victim supposedly drank with his left hand, and the earpiece which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear. Wow, Nick, you did it! I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. ... There is one more thing before I call today's session to an end. Don't bring Victor Kudo back as a witness ever again. One more thing, Your Honor. The witness we just heard from. He is most insistent that his testimony should be of use. So he summarized it accordingly into this statement. Okay. You may each have a copy of it if you wish. Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that. Godot's really mad, huh? Yeah, I would be too. I mean, it should have been a slam dunk, yes? Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies, my own, yours, and Mr. Godot's. Yes, Your Honor. Victor's testimony added to the record. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry? This isn't a piece of testimony, more like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies? That is all. This court is adjourned. Hooray! We're alive! Alright, let's keep going. See how far we can get into this investigation before it's time to go home. January 7th, 12:52 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. So, how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? It got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing. I mean, it really did. Because either he didn't actually, his testimony proved that he either had bad memory and couldn't positively identify anyone, or even what happened, or if he saw everything that he thought he saw, then what he saw wasn't the actual murder, it was a staged reenactment. Want to go home? Because you can't, because you're already home. Well, you... That's fair. I suppose I'm already home, too. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what old Mr. Kudo saw, the apron straps and the ribbon. And that the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradiction-itis. Time to play doctor and find ourselves... Oh God, are we going to the hottie clinic? Yeah. We've got to find one for Maggie, or she's going to have a terminal case of guilty. Which she already has, but sure. Well, you know what? Charlie. A quite decorative plant. He's sort of a keepsake, something to remember Mia by. Sure, the office is a mess, but I never forget to water this little fella. In this case. Okay, well that's good. There is a giant building just outside the window. It's the Gatewater Hotel. A high-class luxury hotel. The chain is getting so rich that they bought up a whole chunk of the next town over, yada yada yada, started building a huge theme park. It's going to be called Gatewaterland. I wonder if the bellboy is going to send me a greeting card this year too. Yes, the bellboy appreciates everything you have done for Gatewater. An old movie poster. Apparently this was the first movie that made Mia cry when she saw it a long time ago. Maya watched it recently and she said she cried all night too. Which I guess is why it's back up on the wall. I'll have to check it out one of these days, even though I don't know what the movie is, and they will never specify. It's my desk. I don't get to use it much, so it's still super neat and tidy from when Pearls cleaned it. The books! They mock me. Difficult looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. Actually, I've neglected them for so long that they're covered in a layer of dust. I guess I should at least pretend to read them once in a while. Yes, thank you, Pearls. Present everything. That badge is totally useless, Nick. Good. I'll throw it in Gourd Lake again, and you won't go fish it out again this time. No more fishing this out of the lake, little goblin. Huh? I mean, no one suspected that Phoenix wasn't a real lawyer. I bet he didn't even have an attorney's badge. I guess you're right. Or maybe he did have one, and maybe he switched your real one for a Fugazi. My badge? A fake? Yes, good. Then I can't practice law anymore, so I must return to being a Noodleman. Thank you, Maya. Why the nervous laughter? Aha! I knew it! Your badge really is fake, isn't it, Nick? It might be. This doodle here, it was drawn by the victim, right? This is a newspaper from the day of the incident, so yeah, we've got to assume so. There must be a clue in there somewhere. I guess we should show it around and see if anyone can tell us more about it. I can't believe there's a fake Nick running around. Yeah, I know. What's the deal with that? Why is he impersonating me? Why is he such a bad imposter? Maybe he's got something against you. People do tend to have a distinct distaste for you, Nick. True enough. The only thing prosecutors seem to like about me is pushing me around. Or maybe he's got something against Maggey. Or maybe he's trying to save his own ass. So he pretended to be me to get no shit, Sherlock. Not because he's got anything against Maggey, but because he's got to save his own ass as the murderer. You served me this food. You ate this food and even you thought it was bad. That thing must have been in an accident. It's a total wreck. That's what the guy I met at the park was riding. And I'm betting he's the fake me. Good! It is I, Phoenix Pastaman, attorney at law. Comrade, do you believe me that I am the one and only Phoenix Noodleman? No, Phoenix Pasta Boy. His voice is still ringing in my ears. That accent, that loud Russian accent. Introduce me next time. Good night, little goblin. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're feeling better by Wednesday, so you can join me for West of Loathing. I want to meet Phoenix, too. Loan of $500,000? I wonder what Mr. Armstrong did to get into that much debt. I'm going to guess he spent money needlessly. You better watch your spending, too. Hey, I've got a great idea. What if Mr. Armstrong charged $20,000 for the Twin Tea set? If you meet people with that kind of bill, Maya, they will hit you back. Letter of apology from the old man? Aw, how sweet. Actually, it's his testimony, if you can call it that. So, what's it say? I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry? I used to break things all the time when I was little, you know. I used to have to write apologies all the time, too. Well, Pearls and Adrian seem to have picked up where you left off. Alright, that's all generic. That's the cup the poison was in, isn't it? Yeah, and the stain on the rim shows that the victim used his right hand to pick it up. But the old man swore he saw the victim pick it up with his left hand. If Mr. Kudo wasn't mistaken, then what could account for this contradiction? Maybe I should try the lottery sometime, too. Sure, why not? You hit the jackpot, you could win $500,000. So, what are you waiting for, Nick? Buy one! No way! Don't you know the lottery is a tax on people who are bad at math? Blah. Fine then. At least I can add it to the newly renamed Paths to Wealth. I'll have to call Pearly later and have her add buy lottery tickets whenever possible. It's almost surreal that this artsy apron is what got us this far. Well, as art goes, this piece definitely leaves an impression. I guess that means the old guy never saw the front of it, huh? Which means he didn't see the waitress's face, either. I can't believe they found this in Maggie's pocket. I can. Yeah, but she was passed out, right? So the killer could have easily planted it on her. Where do you even get a hold of something like this? It's not like you can go down to your local Costco, and buy it in bulk for $5 a pound. She has a good point. How the killer got a hold of this poison is pretty important. New Ear Otolaryngological Clinic, huh? I guess if your eardrum was ruptured, you couldn't listen to the radio, huh? Yet it'd be pretty pointless to wear an earpiece of any kind. The medication in the bag is missing too, right? The mysterious vanishing medication, much like our mysterious other person. So, how's your spirit medium training going? Well, I'm kind of taking a break. I'm having a bit of trouble right now, you know? Last year's incident must still be on her mind. Haven't seen Maya train at all since then. Mia said that it's because Maya's kind of torn these days. I see. Speaking of Mia, Mia really bailed me out again yesterday. Arg, that seedy old man was so rude to me. He didn't realize just how awesome I am. If he had, I bet he would have treated me better. Since when did you become so awesome? Godot got it good today, huh? He was even smoking at the end there. You'll have a new witness ready for tomorrow, though you can count on it. We need to figure out the facts before then, or we're doomed. A lot of strange conflicting things kept popping up today in the trial, huh? Yeah, and they seem to come out of nowhere. That's why we've got to talk with Maggey and get this whole thing straightened out. Maggey said that when she brought the victim his coffee, there was one more person sitting at the table. This single contradiction is probably the most important one we have to resolve. Have you noticed the victims in our cases tend to be people we know nothing about, Nick? Take Glen Elg, for example. Now that you mention it, we don't know what kind of guy he was or why he was killed. I say it's time to get out there and find some answers. I really felt sorry for Gumshoe today. He really wanted to help Maggey out, but he kept getting backed into a corner. Maggey took it pretty bad, didn't she? Do you think she feels betrayed? She said she felt betrayed. Maybe. We gotta cheer her up somehow. She is a friend after all. A friend? Never really thought about it that way, but I guess she is. It's the seedy old man. What's his name again? Vermin Kudo, is it? I can't remember either. I've never seen a witness mess up so badly in court before. Better stay away from him for a while, Yeah, it might be more. It might be more than seeds he chucks at me next time. The chef's a witness too, right? I suppose so. He was in the kitchen at the time of the incident, and will probably be the witness that Godot sends in for tomorrow. Well, since old Seedy's testimony is pretty useless to us, I guess we should speak to Mr. Armstrong again, huh? Alright, let's move. Detention center. I guess Maggie's still in questioning. But we've got questions to ask her too. Maggie! Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Smile, you're on candid camera. Guard monitors the visitor's room. Nothing for him to do right now, so he's catching some vertical Z's. Sleep. Criminal Affairs Department? Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that. What's going on? It feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Call in the officers for the briefing, quick! Can't you shut down the station's server? Chief, quit playing on the internet. Put my email, pen pal. 1337 AZN Princes. Save it for later. I'm turning it off now. No. 1337 AZN Princess. Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy, more like panicking if you ask me. Something's going on, something big. Examine the badgers. Hey, that's a police mascot, isn't it? It's so cute. That's the blue badger. It was my idea. I made it, and now it's the national symbol of the police. So what's with the pink one? It's new, right? Recycled. She's not an it, Nick. She's a she, right, Chief? Yup, meet the pink badger. So one's called blue and the other's called pink. They're both called badger. You's got it. They're married. Mr. and Mrs. Badger seem to be cuffed together, Chief. You got it. That's marriage for you. Whoa, a mascot that's deeper than the deepest of deep oceans. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tighter than I expected. Detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Yes. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Even pickpockets can have their pockets picked. That's a keeper. Better to go with something that doesn't sound too much like a slogan. ... He must be coming up with slogans for a crime prevention campaign. I'm not sure even he knows what kind of crime he's trying to prevent. Okay, so much for panic. I get a feeling actually talking to the chief is going to progress something, so I'm just going to stare at the babes in uniform. Poster of a female officer. Wait, no, that's just the latest babes in uniform calendar, my bad. Must be the chief of detectives. He looks lost now that the power to his computer has been cut. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to write her a real letter instead of an email. Alternatively, you could write up some reports, just a suggestion. Dear 1337 AZN Princess. How are yous? I'm okay. How was the show last night? Wow, what an awesome job. Maybe I should send in my resume and become chief. Okay, that's interesting. So nothing at either of those places. Trey BN. Empty, as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime, too. That's it, come on. Come on. Now just call an 8-bell. Come on, I knows you can. He's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number. Lottery. Darg. Looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, it's yous. I was, I was just, I was just listening to the radio, pal. To the radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is, and he's having the twin tea set. What can I say? An excellent question. It's the restaurant's front entrance. There's a sign hanging on the door written in French. It says closed. Must be one or the other. I know which. It could say entrance or exit too. Did you think of that? No, but that says closed. Look at all the little trinkets tucked away in here. Bet Mr. Armstrong collected all of these. Bouquet, potpourri, blah, blah, blah. Reused. Cash register. Yeah, look, it's one of those magical boxes that spits out money. It's a rack full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? And look stunning in one of those Parisian frocks. Saw that already. I think that's everything on this side. Table's set nicely, just needs a customer. Hey, Nick, do you think old CD was talking about a vase like this today in court? Does look like it's ready to fall over any second. Looks kind of fragile, too. I bet if Mr. Armstrong charged $10,000 for every vase a customer broke, he'd be able to pay off his loan really quickly. If you have people with that kind of bill, Maya, they will hit you back. It's a beautiful winter wonderland. Flying. Yep, reused text. The partition. Restaurant has partitions that separate the tables. When you're seated at a table, you can only see the tables to your right or your left. Wow, you really can't see the table in front or behind you at all. It's the perfect setup for slipping poison in your enemy's cup. Must be the table where the murder occurred. I guess so, with all the police tape around it. The same must be from the poison coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth. I think that's reused. Why would I lick it? I'm not a cat, you know. And why can I picture you doing just that? Present everything. Is that thing real, pal? Why does everyone keep asking me that? I wonder what this phony of yours is like. He had Maggey found guilty of murder. Doesn't that tell you? It tells me the guy is cruising for a bruising. You're really caring, aren't you, Detective Gumshoe? About Maggey, I mean. It'd help you out if I don't have any info. That does make sense. That's the sports paper the victim wrote something in, right? Dot, dot, dot. He might be remembering what MC Bomber is. What is it? I know I've heard that name somewheres before. MC Bomber. Yeah, I heard it real recently, too. Wow, he actually seems to be thinking for once. Is there smoke coming out of his ears? Heck, it's no good. I can't remember. And he goes back to being the Gumshoe we all know and love. I wasn't at the trial myself, but I asked his one detective I know how your defense was, and what did he say? He started off by saying I'm at a complete loss for words, but he must have found some quick because he went on it. Yeah, it's reused. Yeah, but that is the important part. That Phoenix was trying to get Maggey found guilty, specifically to cover his own ass. Here, detective, you might need this. I haven't got anything to say about that, pal. Dot, dot, dot. Just take it away already, would yous, please? Spending $20 on this has got to be killing him inside. Hey! Are yous putting this up for sale, pal? No! Why would you want a busted up scooter? Why would you want a busted up scooter like this anyway? Yeah, plus the seat's all covered in pigeon poop. Who cares? If it runs, that's all that matters to me. My phony was riding this bike. Maybe if I head back to the park, it'll be there again. It's for $500,000, pal. That's $500,000 bills. What was the in there for? Is there really that much money tied up in this case? I can't give you an answer on that, pal. Not without this case's file in front of me. But I'll tell you this. That Armstrong guy would have done anything for cash. He was desperate, you know. No, I don't, but I think I sort of get the picture. Generic. Also generic, even though that's the autopsy report, but I suppose after the trial, the autopsy report would be generic. More generic. More generic. I mean, he wasn't there when we were talking about the contradictions, so... Hey, one-way ticket to happiness, huh? Glen Elg died because of this ticket. Yeah, but it's still a one-way ticket to happiness, pal. And Maggey was found guilty of murder because of it, too. Dot, dot, dot. Looks like anything about Maggey's an instant conversation stopper. Yeah, he's got a real soft spot for her, and it obviously hurts when you hit it. That's the apron Maggey was wearing. Yeah, it still smells like that, too. Does this mean Maggey smells like ketchup? We never did find the contents of that bag. It was medication for Mr. Elg's ruptured eardrum, right? Yeah, we found traces of it in his left ear canal. He must have used it while he was at Drabian. We are sure of that much. You're looking upbeat as usual. And you're looking tired as usual, Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, that's life, huh? One guy's got it all, one guy's got squat. Is it just me or did the room get darker all of a sudden? You know, Detective, this is the year of the, gum. It is? Yeah, I think. Gum, huh? This is gonna be a great year for this old Gumshoe den, right? Look at that, he perked up in no time. Maya, don't mess with him like that. We've seen this one already. She cross-examined me once, yes now. What, Mia did? Yeah, that was us. The big guns locking arms. Witness voices lawyer. It was a battle of gun and tactics and tricks, and boy, I don't like to tell yous, but I got destroyed. But the witness isn't supposed to play any tricks. I can't believe she's gone. Mr. Godot agreed to take this case just so he could face yous, pal. He was working on a bunch of more important cases, but he canceled them all. Huh? But then, why didn't Mr. Godot take this case when Maggie's first trial came up? Yeah, that is kind of odd. I mean, everyone else thought the defense was Phoenix, right? So why didn't he try to fight me then? Well, according to Mr. Godot, he knew the guy was a phony right away, so he didn't want to bother with the trial. He couldn't have bothered to tell the judge. Maggie's probably crying all alone right now, huh? Yeah, thanks to you. Doug, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Maya, don't torch poor Gumshoe's feelings when they're, feelings like they're cheap cups of, like they're cups of cheap creme brulee. You're really crazy about Maggey, aren't you? No, it's not that you don't have to hide it, Gumshoe. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, you're way too plain looking for Maggey, right? I'd arrest yous right now if you weren't so right. This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happened when he crashes? What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? He wasn't literally a computer, Maya. He's not Lieutenant Commander Data. Anyways, there was nothing between Maggey and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So, have you paid a visit to Mr. Elg yet? You might as well. His workplace? Where's that? The computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. Or something like that. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go. Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff. I wonder about that. It's just around the corner from this joint. You should go take a look. The computer firm called Blue Screens Inc., huh? I guess that's a new location I can get to. Tell me about yourself, Gumshoe, my good friend. I know I look a little rough around the edges, but the truth is I'm a lot more detective-like than I used to be. Really? Like what part? Like, the color of my coat. Aha, you're right. Yeah, but what about what's inside the coat? You know, in all my years, I've never seen a witness who was that confused before. Yeah, you look pretty confused by his testimony. Nothing against old guys. I liked him and all. but he sounded like he was pretty sure about what he saw. Yeah, that's the impression I got too. Me three. But then why doesn't even a single part of his testimony corroborate with any of the facts? Because, again, if I had to guess, what he witnessed wasn't the actual murder, it was a reenactment. And they had to get rid of the medicine because it was evidence that there was something wrong with the left eardrum, and that would have led people to believe that it was a fake because he was wearing the earpiece over his left ear, which he shouldn't have been. Honestly, this is probably another monkey head situation, but I think it's actually plausible. Yous know what that chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of toxins. And then he gave me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know. The label says juniper. But I'll tell yous what. This stuff works like a charm. I slept like a rock last night. I would imagine if you had Professor Juniper in your bed, most people might not get some sleep. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go there. Oh, really? That's nice. Today's trial. This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggey in the eye now, pal? You really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do that today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it, for once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? We preferred crumbly, like aged Parmesan. Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So, did Maggey say anything to yous about me, I mean? Well, how did she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again. Oh, boy. Something like that. Where? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh, man, poor Gumshoe. Lunch special? So, did you like the twin tea set? I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous my hands were shaking. So, how did it taste? Well, for 20 bucks, I guess, I don't know how to describe it, really. It was, delicate? Delicate? You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you? ... What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking... That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. And I just realized it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. It's just kinda hard to admit it to yourself when you paid 20 bucks for it, you know? There goes my whole bonus from last year. Maybe he should have found out about the price after he had finished eating. Hey, Nick, maybe that's why Glen Elg came here. Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set. If by fierce you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glen Elg, that reminds me, we still hardly know anything about it. Yes? So what were you all excited about earlier? Eh? That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something. Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell little old me. What were you listening to? The lottery, Maya. Nothing, really. It was just, the daily exercise show. What the? A psych lock. This lunch special's lobster sure is great. Then why are there tears in your eyes? Welp. I assume there's no one in the kitchen. Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talk. Oh, never mind. Hey, it's her. I'll be back next month. Oui, naturalmente. I'll be waiting for you, mon petit. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. None! I will have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. None! Stop it, I beg you! Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you. Nice, none! This is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone, and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh, none! You do not have to worry. You know, you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is the oil of sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. Aye! I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye for now. Well, that was pleasant. Doug, I have les shivers. I must rub some of my oil all over my body before I become the nervous wreck. There, ooh, wee. That feels good. Erg. Ooh, la la. Excusez-moi, monsieur. My eyes. Poor Phoenix. It's what you get, Phoenix, though, for making everyone think about you in a waitress uniform earlier. Your eyes, if you have trouble with your eyes, you need this, la oil of sandalwood. Isn't this just the leftovers of what you were just using? Examine. Now I know I'm in a French restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey, Nick, this container has oyster sauce? What's that? Isn't that used in Chinese food? And look at these knives. They look really sharp. I'd like to see how one of those slices through a cheesecake. A cheesecake? You don't exactly need a sharp knife for one of those, Nick. That smells good. Something's bubbling away nicely in that pot. It must be the lobster and abalone fricassee with the balsamic vinaigrette. Isn't that what I ate yesterday for lunch? Yeah, I think it's been permanently burned into my brain now. As an example of what truly awful food tastes like. I bet it'd taste really good if it was prepared well. Balsamy, even. What are these lace curtains for? I don't know, but they give the place a real homey feel, don't they? Lace curtains. You know, if I was a cooking pot, I'd be perfectly happy to sit on a shelf under those. How do you respond to something like that? Now this is one large mirror. I bet this is where he makes himself look pretty. There's a book on the dresser. Clarice Armstrong's bedtime literature. Not exactly the Pulitzer Prize material, is it? Looks like a collection of poems he's written. Poems? Cool, read one out. And say it in your best French accent. With intensity, okay? Okay, here's one. It's called Printemps? The two of them, like actors from the film. The coffee still undrunk. Sweet nothings, over too soon. On that Sunday morning, The foolish cocktail, so delicious. Take the last sip of your tea, and know what I will do. I must lie to you. I must. Ah, that's it. Yup, that's a poem for you. Nonsense. What's this? It looks like a treasure chest or something. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're the aromatherapy oils. He's got so many that they're overflowing onto the floor. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100. They're all the same, too. Except the one bottle we found yesterday that Gumshoe still didn't tell us anything about. Please, monsieur, there is no need to show me that. You are Mont Phoenix, right? The worst defense attorney in the town. I'm pretty sure I know how he formed this completely wrong impression of me. The last time we met, did I show you this badge? Oui, you flashed it in front of everyone in la restaurant. Looks like Phonix is a bigger fan of flashing stuff than you are, Nick. Oh, what a beautiful pendant. It would look stunning on me with earrings. Please don't steal it again, okay? It's one of a kind. I could just have a sliver of it. None? It's not a block of cheese, you know. This is the paper the victim brought with him. MC Bomer, oui. Does that mean something to you? Non, I only speak French, mademoiselle. But we found it behind your magazine rack. Oh, how naughty I am! I haven't cleaned for such a long time. I will fail the health inspection. About this, felicitations, mais quest. Back. Je no comprehend. Nick, don't just make something up. I'm pretty sure that what Armstrong is saying is he does not, or he wants to know what it is that I'm presenting. Ooh la la! So you've eaten my lunch, oui? Tell me, monsieur, did you enjoy the lunch I prepared for you? It was a unique and wild mixture of flavors. That was the first time I ever had lobster, you know. Lobster? There was no lobster in my lunch. Ha! But it said lobster right in the menu. Mademoiselle Maya, please, you must read the menu more carefully. It says, a dish inspired by lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Oh, it's inspired, is it? Oui, inspired by these ingredients, but not perhaps made from them, n'est-ce pas? Well, guess that's the way the cookie crumbled, Nick. The way the lunch tasted, it's probably 99 perspiration and 1% inspiration. I'd rather have Angel Star's lunches any day of the week. Oh dear. I was not expecting him to know anything about this bike. What is it? Is this your scooter? No, I saw it before in Vitamin Square, you see. Mon Dieu! No. Take it away. Do not show that to me. Talk about an allergic reaction. So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. Oui, they kept harassing me months after month. In the end, I had to give in. I had to agree to help them. Help them? With what? Must be unsure. If I did not owe them la money, I would have refused. But my ends were tied. Please, what did you agree to help them with? None. I cannot say. If I tell you, that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with la salade garnish. Ew, I hope he doesn't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm going to guess that woman had something to do with your loan contract, am I right? Aha! Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. I'm guessing that that's a talking point. It is true. I was a bouquet all the time. I bought a new one the next day after la incident, but they wouldn't let me put it on the table because of la investigation. Yes, the autopsy report gets nothing. You know nothing about the floor plans of your restaurant. That makes sense. But this photo that you probably took. Alright, I guess you didn't take it. If only I had taken the right lottery ticket, I would not have any debts right now. I would be free. Well, again, no, it's $500,000 before tax. Look on the bright side, Mr. Armstrong. You want $1, right? The lack of remorse for having stolen something. Priceless. Okay. Maggie's waitress, Maggie's apron, not Maggie's waitress. That's poison, man. And he probably, yeah, knows nothing about this. Ooh la la, you have such a pretty smile, my petite tulip. Who, me? Oui, la smile is the most important thing for us girls, n'est-ce pas? Sure. You have a perfect face for a waitress, you know. Thanks. I guess if things don't work out someday, then maybe I'll be back. What things? Is she talking about her being a spirit medium? Mon Dieu, what beauty! That's my sister. Ah, oui, another delight. But you have a certain je ne sais quoi that I do not sense from your sister. I do? I do? Yes, namely that you are alive, not dead. So throw your head high, thrust out your feminine features. Do not lose heart, my fille. You're a woman extraordinaire. Do I look like I need cheering up or something? That's Godot. You know him. He insulted your coffee. Oh, how it hurts me to see that poor girl's face. Maggie's? I heard she was superhumanly unhappy. Superhumanly? And if she hadn't come to work for me, she wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Ah, I'm missing something here, aren't I? Je suis désolé, Maggey. Maggey, forgive me. Ah, le Noodleman. The first in my restaurant. No way, you mean this is the first customer you ever had? None. It was the first time I had a dead man in my restaurant. Such a shame to lose a customer after his first meal here. He is a customer right now. This old man is a regular here. My specialty of cappuccino and cold water is one of his favorites. Was he here at the time of the incident? Oui, he was here. I am sure of it. When the incident happened, the old man was here. ... Question mark? It is hard to imagine, I know, but I was apprentice for 5 years in Maggey Byrde. Wow, in Paris? It was something la chef there said to me that made me decide to open my own restaurant. What was it? That awful man said to me, you must train for another 10 years. Oh, it was such a shock, unexpected, but you would have to be a fool to do this. Eh? Très bien. You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? None, you are right, monsieur, but perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me, none. That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la dish supreme. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you are right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is la problem, people do not understand it, they think it is Trey. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays. Heck, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? But this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it to la finale. No one will take it from me. Who was that woman just now? That woman who was here earlier. I take it that she's, why is it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly, I find myself so deep in la debt, it is a sign of la bad world we live in, eh? No, I'd say it's more of a sign of la bad culinary skills. The woman who is here, the scary woman, she is from la loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? Oui, tender lender it is called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much. So tender lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case. Tender lender. I'm a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to him loaning me la money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like his slave. I have to do everything that he tells me. Who is this he? Ah, Tigre. The tiger? Oui, he is the manager of the Tenderlander, a terrifying man, the big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of that battered old scooter, he rides. Oh ho! So we now have a proper name for Phoenix Pasta Boy. He's the Tiger. Well, phoenixes eat tigers for breakfast. I start to cry. A big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter. Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no. This man has a presence, a most formidable personality. Although, oui, he does have a spiky hair just like you, mon ami. Oui, there is a resemblance there, I suppose. Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all. If you want to visit the Tenderlander, it is just beyond Le Vitamin Square. Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Alright. Let's see who's hanging out in Vitamin Square. Oh. I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo. Do you? Maybe you went to buy another ton of bird seed. I was kind of hoping you wouldn't be here anyway, at least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today, I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. I used to love sandboxes like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, this is probably reused. Finding iron fillings in the sand with a magnet was our favorite thing to do. The place is so fruity. It's not a bad thing besides. Love apples. Go down the slide. Yeah. And I think that's all of this stuff. Looking at this orange reminds me of what? Hey, you're supposed to eat a lot of them to ward off colds in the winter. You can have fun during the holiday. You can't have fun during the holidays if you're sick in bed, you know. Speaking of fun, if we get Maggie acquitted, maybe we can all get together sometime. Okay. Okay. What do we play with someone who's never even won a game of tic-tac-toe? Oh, we change the rules a bit then. We could play Old Maid and say the person who's left with the Old Maid at the end is the winner. How's that? Not bad. Not bad at all. We could even rename the game to Fair Maiden. Okay. Pigeons. Hey, look, pigeons! Yeah, and heaps of them, too. Did you know that pigeons are a symbol of peace? That's a dove, not a pigeon. ... Poor things. So they can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're gray. Is that it? You're overthinking this by just a smidge, Maya. Hey, check this out! I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you, otherwise you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine, a tiger loose in the city. A Russian tiger! Meanwhile, the real Phoenix is like an abandoned chick lost in the vast urban jungle. Huh? Don't worry. Someday he'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger, too. Don't lose hope. Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Alright, well, nothing here in Vitamin Square. Hey, it's a bunch of nerds. Wow, this place is so high-tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air. It's a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Hey, excuse me? Who are you? Oh, hey, cute lady robot. I instantly regret that voice. Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood. Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show. My name is Lisa Basil. I'm the company director. Oh, director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost in a shell. Or a ghost in the machine. And that thing over her eye, isn't that the same device as Glen Elg's? This is a DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's HMD. All of my programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. Vegeta! What does the scouter say about his power level? It's 1006. What? Really? Yeah, go kick his ass, Nappa. Alright, examine the geeks. Whoa! Look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. ... exclamation mark. Just trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then. Hey! This calendar! It's a guy riding a horse. What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in a red pen. December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah, it says, meet with the tiger. The tiger? Glen's calendar. Oh, so apparently it belongs to Glen. Glen's calendar added to the court record. On December 3rd, the day of the incident, there's a note saying, meet with the tiger. This nerd is really pounding that Ew. Oh, right. Like, typing on it really hard. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? Look! With nerds, sometimes you never know. Wow. I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes from, huh? I guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I could become old CD's apprentice. And what about your spirit medium training? That board? Hey, look, Nick, it's a supercomputer. It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. That explains why we don't use a computer in our office. You work there too, Maya. Yeah, but at least I'm... Please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you. I laugh at me because of the computer. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She's a human, Maya, not a computer. Curses. Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling. Nah, they just look a bit twisted or warped or whatever word I'm looking for. This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind. Futuristic? Yes, we tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. It helps to soothe and calm the soul. ... On second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling. Which explains why they have the Hottie Clinic music in it. 52 pickup? Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? For betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets. Oh, wow. His drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Glen Elg's losing horse racing tickets gathered up. Horse racing betting tickets found in Glen Elg's disc. There's over 500 of them. Wow. This many tickets would get you, what, $1 down at the recycling center? But I didn't know you were so hard up that you try to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. Alright, let's see. With that, I think we've finished examining everything here that we can. So I think next time I will start presenting stuff to her and talk to her. It'll take me a week to figure out how to talk to this lovely lady robot. Or something like that. That having been said, though, this is going to be the end of tonight's stream. So, if you only caught part of tonight's stream, you can watch the entire thing over on my YouTube channel over there. You can also catch me on Sundays over on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel over there. You can also catch other fantastic streamers like Dawning Winds and the Caps fan on that channel. You can catch Dawning when she's around on her channel over... Oops, I forgot an L in Little Goblin. There you go, you can catch her over there on her channel. You can also catch Caps fan on his channel over there. Caps and I will likely be doing some kind of collaborative stream on the Bulbagarden channel this upcoming Monday, since it is Memorial Day weekend in the United States. So a week from today, I will likely be doing a stream for Bulbagarden in the morning, and then I will follow it up with my usual Monday evening stream of Ace Attorney on this channel in the evening. Before that, though, you can catch me on Wednesday night with more West of Loathing. And, you know, obviously you'll be able to catch me on Sunday with my Magical Kalos adventures, which are going just swimmingly. I believe that's enough for this evening, though, so... Looks like Caps is actually streaming right now, so we're gonna raid him. But of course, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess. See y'all Wednesday.